Hello, hello. Um, Vol's pretty shit. So it looks like another pretty poor day for day trading so far, but we'll see.
Press TV says Iran will end war at a time of its own choosing.
We have 40 seconds till new 15s. It looks like we're
Again,
going for
that's
gap
Iran's
fills.
state-run press TV citing official statement that Iran will end the war at a time of its own choosing.
See what happens here.
So again, Iran press TV citing official Iran will end the war at a time of its own choosing only if conditions are met.
New 15s.
So Iran press TV says that the officials said that they reviewed proposal and consider them excessive. Iran won't allow Trump to dictate timing of war's end.
Let's see if we get these gap fills.
Keeping an eye on the markets here, seeing a little bit of downside movement on the US stock indexes, bit of movement towards the upside, very tiny on WTI. Just as we get headlines coming through from Press TV citing official that Iran reviewed proposal considers them excessive, and they won't allow Trump to dictate timing of war's end. So Iran's Press TV citing official saying Tehran delivered via regional intermediary that it will continue defending itself. Iran's Press TV citing TV official says the first condition for end of war is an end of attacks and assassinations.
Into our offer here,
Crypto stocks
82s,
rise as Bitcoin price
45s.
climbs 2%.
Yes.
Coinbase Global up 3.9%.
See what we do.
And Iran's Press TV citing official says Iran's defensive operations will continue until its conditions are met.
I'd like to see offers hold here for lower highs if we were going to continue downward. But we'll see. The bid seems to be doing whatever it wants right now, so just be careful.
Seeing the dollar index at high on report of Iran rejecting ceasefire. S&B says Middle East war could increase upward pressure on the franc. Italy's PM Meloni sees boosting gas flows from Algeria. Contra answer.
Watching this 45 to 51 on ES, seeing if we can hold. This is POC to value. Same thing with NQ here. POC to value, previous candle. RTY hopefully will lead down. We'll see. Still making higher lows on the lower time frames, but holding where we need structurally as of right now. Just waiting for price to do something that makes sense.
So Meloni says that Italy and Algeria to deepen energy cooperation.
It's totally fine, I think, to try this as our risk,
Commission
but
clears French
we just haven't seen the sell yet.
$15 billion in safe loans. So, excuse me, 15 billion euros.
Just making higher lows. We need to break that if we're going to find absorption in here. And then look down, right? Just the classic. So just keep that in mind. We're looking for absorption in our red boxes, and then we're looking for a break of the higher lows. If we don't get that, then there's nothing yet. It's the same as usual. Continuing to just bid this.
Iran's press TV, citing an official, says Iran demands establishment of concrete guaranteed preventing recurrence
See if
of
we
war.
get this downside now. We need to get below 82s on NQ after rejecting our highs here. Same thing with ES. I think ES looks better. Very clear rejection. I want to see a lower high here below 45s. We watch our reaction into our value edge here at 36s from our rejection 45s, 51s. This is a great first risk off for a potential higher low, but should be able to get below. Now if NQ can get below 82s, yeah, this should then have another leg down. We just have to wait and see if we get this lower offer from our absorption zone.
Iran's press TV, citing an official, says Iran demands clear determination and guaranteed payment for war damage.
Okay. Holding so far where we need on ES and NQ. Watching our reoffer here at 45s. See if we get a lower high. Russell pushing back up. NQ held our value, so rotations up to 56 have potential here without the look below 82s. Need that flip if we're going to get more downside, or we'll just continue to chop here with no directional bias. We need a break of our higher lows. We have a zone where we want to interact, but we need to see the shift.
Germany's Chancellor Merz says that we could imagine a trade deal with China.
They're continuing to absorb here. Again, we just need to see the shift. Failure to shift below is just going to result in upside instead of downside.
Iran's press TV, citing the official, says Tehran wants the end of the war on Iran and on other resistance groups in the region.
This
Fitch
is
Rating
NQ
says tariffs
testing
and AI
into
investment
30 signal per
drive
range here.
divergence in US states' international goods trade.
Just star view ups holding. This is. We gotta see him flip if we're gonna do anything new. I can't believe we're continuing to hold here, honestly. But when market wants to go up, it'll go up. No shift of pivots. You gotta see a flip of our lower high, of our higher lows. Well, man, it is what it is. They want to just slow grind us up and then sweep us. They'll do it. We don't control it. You wait for the play.
Say they expect elevated policy uncertainty to continue shaping US goods trade through the rest of the year.
I'm not taking anything. This just looks like a trap if I've ever seen one. But we'll see. Too slow for me.
Iran wants international recognition of authority over the Hormuz Strait. So again, Iran wants international recognition
I
of
mean,
authority
like, what are we?
over the Hormuz Strait.
Like, none of what they're saying is bullish. I don't understand. I don't want to be. I don't want to be here, man. I mean, they just said that the war is never gonna end and the market's going up. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. Don't want to be here. All right. I'll sit here and wait while the market goes up for no reason. What are we doing? How can people buy this? Like, I don't get it.
So as a reminder, we did put out the piece from Press TV of Iran's response, according to them citing an official, on the feed for you to read through. It's just below the fear and greed index. Temeran's going out to go the EA crude oil inventories. Forecast crude oil inventories withdrawal of 1.25 million. Prior was a build of 6.156 million, with a range of a build of 4.861 million to a draw of 3 million. Gasoline inventories forecasted for a draw of 2 million. Prior was a draw of 5.436 million. Distillate inventories forecasted for a draw of 1.95 million. Prior was a draw of 2.527 million. Also, Cushing inventories prior was a build of 0.944 million.
Just continuing to make higher lows. The bid's still here. I don't know. I'm not trading this. I have zero interest.
Iran says talks won't happen until the 5 conditions are met.
And they're literally saying that they will never surrender. Those conditions will never be met. I don't understand how anyone is rationalizing this.
Going to get the EIA crude oil inventories forecast for crude is a draw of 1.25 million. Prior was a build of 6.156 million. Senior Iranian official says that Iran's initial response to US proposal is not positive, but Tehran is still reviewing the proposal. Gasoline inventories forecast is for a draw of 2 million. Prior was a draw of 5.436 million. Distillate inventories forecast is for a draw of 1.95 million. Prior was a draw of 2.527 million. Crude Cushing inventories prior was a build of 0.944 million. So CNN, citing senior officials, says the Trump administration is working to arrange a meeting in Pakistan this weekend to discuss a way out of the war. According to the Financial Times, Brussels plans carbon price break as Iran war squeezes industry.
We'll continue to push. There's nothing to say about it. We're just top of value. Continuing to bid. I'm not trading until things make sense to me. One minute ago now, I'll lead with the EI crude oil inventories first. Ten seconds.
build of 6.926 million, a build of 6.926 million compared to the expected draw of 1.25 million. Gasoline inventories a draw of 2.593 million compared to the expected draw of 2 million. Distillate inventories a build of 3.032 million compared to the expected draw of 1.95 million. Cushing inventories a build of 3.421 million. We have posted another report on the feed for you to read through as well.
US crude futures hold losses, down 3.9% after EIA storage report. Brent crude futures hold losses, down 4% after the EIA storage data.
Okay.
US diesel futures hold losses, down 8.1%.
According to Dallas Fed survey, oil and gas activity in Texas, Louisiana, and New Mexico increased in the first quarter of 2026. Oil companies expect Henry Hub natural gas prices of $3.60 per million British thermal units at the year end. Companies expect WTI oil price of $74 a barrel at the year end of this year. US weekly crude oil inventories rose in the latest week to the highest since June of 2024, according to the EIA. Fitch Ratings says extended Middle East conflict could pressure LATAM bank credit profiles. US crude imports from Venezuela jumped to the highest since 2019. House Speaker Johnson says of these troops heading to the Middle East, he believes the US is wrapping up the military operation and he believes boots on the ground is not the intention. There's a Politico reporter citing House Speaker Johnson. Also, House Speaker Johnson says Operation Epic Fury is almost done.
So if you trade, you're gambling. Always been true, bud. I'm sorry I'm not doing anything, but like slow plus slow grind up is just not for me. Everything about this market should be selling. So when that's not happening, I'm not interested because where's my edge? No, I mean, you can't short a slow market, and you also can't long a choppy grind up unless you're in from some sort of structural level. And there's none of those currently to be playing off of. There's no one that we can play off of who's trapped that is worthwhile. So it's just like slow grind up with a potential for a seller to step in at any point and completely stop you out. So to me, that's just sounds awful. Can't pretend like there's something where there's not, you know? Like I see trades on like the higher time frame, but the risk is too large that I would need to put on for me to like play it, you know? So like I very clearly see absorption on the higher time frame and the flips and where like the bids are resting. But I mean, I'm not willing to have 30 points of risk or 40 points of risk on a trade right now, which is what I would need to do. Can be a challenge to sit on my hands. I mean, like, this is how you. This is the solution. Is you ask yourself questions and say, like, what, like, okay, like I understand what you're saying, but like, what's the trade if you're not going to sit on your hands? Like, yeah, that question alone should make you. It's not about sitting on hands. Like, there's literally not a trade. Like, what would you buy? What would you sell? Like, if you can't answer those questions of like what your risk would be, where we're going, and how are we going to get there, then like there is no sitting on hands. You have no edge, right? Like, what's the catalyst? What's going to get us there? How long is it going to take? What's the path of least resistance? Is there someone in control that we can play off of? Like, they're just slow grinding this. There's clearly a buyer, but as soon as he steps out of the way, like the market just is going to melt. But as long as we're like slow grinding up with no speed and no real momentum, like how do you day trade it with minimal risk? I mean, like I know where we want to head, right? We want to head to 80 on ES. Yeah, well, I mean, again, like everything you do is gambling, but are you playing the slots with no edge, or do you have, like, like every hand in poker is gambling, but are you putting money? Uh, are you betting money when you have no hand or when you have a good hand, right? Like I don't like that's kind of like the way that you need to look at it. I don't like that when people say that like the market's always gambling, right? But sometimes you're gambling with statistical edge, and sometimes you're gambling with no edge, right? It's a bluff, and sometimes you win off of a bluff, just like in poker, right? You can buy and sell randomly and make money, but you can also uh, make more money consistently when you have good cards in your hand. So can you randomly make money in by just a 50-50 buying or selling? But can you raise those odds if you have actual edge, right? Edge being, cards that make sense. I really don't understand the incentive for Iran to make a deal right now. Like they have all of the cards. I really don't get it. If they were going to actually do it, like what? Like why would they believe it? And why would they do it at the current point? Like I just don't like logically it makes no sense. And I feel like everyone should know that, right? Like that's just obvious. So what do we do when we know of an obvious situation, but the market isn't responding the way it should? Nothing. Like I just don't, like what do we do, man? Well, like the United States needs an end to the war. They need oil under 100. It needs to happen. Our economy cannot survive with oil over 150. I mean, the only way that this doesn't happen again in 3 months is if we have an occupation in Iran. Right? Like, there's no... It just doesn't make sense. All right, and we're not quoting Landman. uh, come on, man. New PVZ has opened. We're getting a curling over action on footprint. I mean, again, everything about this market looks like a sell. It's very hard for me to want to do anything other than sell. We've got this curling over action with multiple POCs above us holding as offer. We have ES curling over, NQ curling over. Everything looks like it wants to come down. Do we get an opportunity, an actual entry? That's the question. I'm unsure. But so far, I am just watching to see how we interact here into RTY view up to see if we double bottom or if we're going to rotate down to 420 on NQ and ES into 44, 41. We hold our highs here. There's probably nothing at this 480. But if we flip it, I'm going to be looking for a reoffer into 90 to 520. for a lower high and then a rotation down, just following our PVC. We want to see a very clear willingness to hold here and then rotate down into this, into our 30-second opening range low. If that can't happen and we hold, again, like we need to see selling pressure here and then speed. If we don't get that, I don't know. Everything, again, just looks bad. Why is this starting to show up here again? I don't understand. Keeping an eye on this. I need to see speed before I'm willing to take this trade because I'm not willing to short a slow market. But if we can see this as our first leg, this is what I'll be watching for. If we continue to just bid here, I won't trade. I need a leg down for me to care. That's the only trade I care about. So if we don't get it, we don't get it.
UN Secretary General Guterres says a number of initiatives for dialogue and peace are underway and must succeed. He's talking about the Iran conflict.
Halfway to target. This is basically target. Good risk off. And try to leave a runner. This is our value edge here on NQ. ES has a bit more room. Hopefully we get that next leg for that push down into 44s, but pretty easy curl over to spot. There's target, full target here on NQ. That was a purely PVZ play. That was our second reversal based off of time, opening below POC to value, rotation to our value low of PVZ. Second reversal, hold of our POC, rotation down to value. Now you try to hold a runner, but that's the trade. Worth the wait? I don't know about that, but I don't know about that. But at least it's a trade. Oh Lord. Market's so sick, so bad. But at least that was a setup with edge. Just a value rotation off of a curl over off of our 15-minute footprint, as well as opening below PVZ for the rotation through value. Oh yeah. Okay, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I don't know if there's going to be any more. We'll have to see if we flip this.
Insurance executives surveyed by Goldman Sachs see US recession in the next 3 years.
Next target would be 64s on NQ.
So insurance executives are expecting US recession to happen in the next 3 years, but they're still keen on private markets and seek to increase their bets on the assets in the coming year.
Should get a bounce at 80s and then a retest of our 418, 420 edge.
More than half of the insurers surveyed by Goldman Sachs predicted a recession, up from 46% 1 year ago. They cited an economic slowdown and geopolitical tensions as the two issues that pose the greatest macroeconomic threats to their portfolios, followed by credit and equity market valuations.
Yep. And then you look for reoffer at 420 if we're gonna get it. But I mean, again, like this bid buy up made no fucking sense, and so I was unwilling to trade it because it made no logical sense. So as soon as we actually find a viable short, that's the only move I care about. So we'll see if we get a secondary leg here into this edge, and then we get one more leg down, or if this is going to need to
S&P
just chop
500
here for a
index
bit.
pairing
I don't know.
gains to 0.5%. It had been up as much as
See what happens.
1.2%.
$30 seconds, 2015s.
Trump says that I may call up the National Guard to help airports.
Like, the bro just says the same sentences every day. Insane. Bid sitting at 380 on NQ. Just watching to see if we get another leg down here, or if this holds yes into our support as well. This is target. Watching for a reaction here, for then a reoffer, for a slam down for another leg into 330.
According to Press TV,
They're
Iran's
just
Bushehr
sweeping it.
nuclear power plant struck again. It's seeing a little bit of downside movement on the S&P 500.
This is secondary
and
targets
a bit
here.
of movement towards the upside on WTI, just a little bit there.
There's
Again,
your full
Iran's Bushehr
rotation
nuclear power
of
plant
that
struck again. According to Press TV.
horrible climb up.
You can see seeing a tiny bit of movement towards the upside.
Insane reality that we live in. Full move retraced in 5 seconds once we actually have speed, momentum, an actual trading area instead of slow garbage grind up. Get me the fuck out of here. We'll go for gap fill if we flip 290. Yeah, we want this to flip, you know. We get that, and then we go down to previous day value low at 190 for the gap fill. So let's see what happens here. But that's our secondary target on NQ. So if we can flip this, then we'll look for another leg down if we can find some sort of edge to play around. If not, they're just going to sweep it in a single candle. I mean, again, like that upside move made no sense. I cannot stress enough why we were not trading that upside move. Like it made no sense.
So just keeping an eye on the WTI crude oil going back into the $90 area. Again, that's post the headline that we had. That Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant struck again, according to Press TV. So again, WTI went back into $90 a barrel.
Let's see if we can find a way to average down on this trade. I need some sort of retest. Maybe 35 to 40 on ES. Will they give that to us? It might be too high. This guy at 330 on NQ is getting absorbed, but I think we tag him and then we go up to 50 on NQ. We'll have to see. We're basically looking for a trap to happen and then giving us another little catalyst with trapped liquidity from buyers, and then I'll look back below rotation. We'll see. We should have one more leg down. That's what I'm getting at. I'm just trying to find us an entry for this next leg. We've got this very clear sweeper that we've tagged down into, and we're seeing this buyer at 330 right now who's trying to take in size. I'm hoping that we go a bit higher than him and then basically trap him, and then sell side sweeps again, and then rotates us below for a continuation. But we'll have
The
to see
dollar
what
rises
happens.
daily
Watching
higher
as we push into
around
this on
power
ES.
plant attack.
Again, like I want to see someone get absorbed up here and then a lower high. Yeah, I think 35.40 makes the most sense. Just into our value edge. Let's see what they do. This is our value edge here on ES. NQ has a bit more room to head up to this value edge. Again, just watching our sweeper that was here at this 80 on NQ. We'll slow grind up again until sell side steps in. We're just retracing our last sweeper. And then we'll see if sell side sits here again. I mean, none of this is good. Just wait. Meaningless candle. Just retesting our edge. Into our value edge here on NQ and ES. Just watching to see if we're flipping or if we're holding. I mean, this candle is obnoxious. Look what it looks like on the 15. I mean, this is just, it's a nothing candle. Trend is still down. This is like actual garbage price action. You want some more wick? Offer sitting at 49s. Yes. 900 contracts. $49 is just VWAP.
Russian oil exports capacity has shrunk by 40% after attacks on infrastructure and tank seizures, according to calculations based on data from sources show. Exxon president says energy markets are in early stages of disruption, says Exxon President Aman, saying, also adding that Exxon is maximizing production to aid markets.
We just have to be patient again. Market's in slow churn again. A minute 15 until new 15s. Oop. Hopefully something sets up. Oh my gosh. I kind of want to try 420, 440 on NQ, but I gotta wait. But I'm really
US
watching as we
Department
push
of
into
Defense
this.
official tells Al Jazeera, we confirm that the 1st Brigade combat team of the 82nd Airborne Division
Offer
will be
sitting
deployed to the
420.
Middle East. Okay, we'll get some further confirmation of this, but that's what we're seeing so far. Again, US Department of Defense official speaking to Al Jazeera says we confirm that the 1st Brigade combat team of the 82nd Airborne Division will
New
be deployed to the
15s,
Middle
5
East.
seconds.
So a reminder with yesterday had a US official saying command element of the 82nd Airborne Division has been directed by the Pentagon to deploy to the Middle East together with an infantry brigade consisting of several thousand troops. That was an Axios report on X yesterday. Now today, you have a US Department of Defense official speaking to Al Jazeera saying they confirmed that elements from the 82nd Airborne Division and others specializing in communications will be deployed to the Middle East. So further from this, then, it also adds that the US Department official speaking to Al Jazeera says approximately 1,000 soldiers from the 82nd Airborne Division, representing the vanguard of the force, are expected to arrive by the end of the week.
Bit still holding. Needs to get back below this after our reoffering our 30-second opening range, or we're just going to go up. I don't know where you found 70. 380? Oh, okay. Yeah. That makes sense. I mean, it's a weird trade, not going to lie, but it's working. That's okay. Vibe trading.
Gilts extend gains led by long end, 30-year yield down 15 basis points to 5.42%.
Listen, it's working for you, but it's weird. I wouldn't touch it regardless directionally, so that's why I'm like, okay, go for
Also,
it.
US Central Command says we are destroying military targets in Iran that have threatened the region for decades. Our forces are striking targets to weaken the infrastructure and military capabilities of the Iranian regime.
I don't know how you can play slow markets. Like I just don't. How are you not afraid of like a sweep? I don't. I'll never understand. I mean, he's making money. Whatever. But it's just hard for me to rationalize lack of a sell trade as a buy. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
French military says French armed forces chief Mandan to hold technical meeting by video conference soon with army chiefs keen to play a role in restoring maritime navigation of Hormuz.
All right, let's see what we
French
do here.
military adds that technical meeting would be to gather positions of nations interested in playing a role.
So it's just pushing into that 420, 440 area that we talked about. I want to see if we're going to get a re-offer now, 420.
French military says meeting would be completely
Later,
unrelated
Zeno.
to US's approach and a framework of defensive posture.
Um, 420, 440 holding now on re-offer, rotating down, bid sitting at 400s. Let's watch to see what happens as we push into POC of previous candle here. This is just a rotation back into our sell side candle in our 30-second opening range. Just watching now, see if we get more. This is Russell rejecting PVZ and pushing back down to our value low. So it's our value low retest on the daily on both ES, RTY, and NQ. This is either going to be a big bid at our 380, 390, right? Or a flip and then a continuation down, giving us our best possible entry at that 420, 440. So this is a great first risk off if you're trading off of that. We got to get below this 380, 390 for secondary moves. See what happens. Big sell side volume stepping in here off of our hold into our highs. POC sitting up there at that 440. Watching again to see if we flip this. This is where we should be looking for our first take profit as we push down into our value edge. As long as Russell has no momentum, we should be able to keep going. But again, it's a great first risk off. Let's see what we do. Want one more leg down. Can we offer our value edge on RTY and NQ? That would give us a move down to at least 350 if we could do that. This would turn into a 3-bar to the downside on the 15. We need ES below this value at 40s for this to make sense. Oh, excuse me. POC attempting to shift here on NQ. Shit. So our hold, see if ES can get below to start leading, but Russell's holding value and really leading this move down. Don't know if this is going to give us the full next leg here. I feel like this is a little wishy-washy, but we should go to at least 350 on NQ, and then we'll decide. I think 350 and then bounce 390 for reoffer might happen. We'll see. Because of how thin and like low illiquid these days are, I'm on a 1-minute charts here instead of 15 and 30-second, by the way. So your price action is going to look a bit different. Just an FYI. Got to increase the time frame because of how choppy we are on the smaller time frames. But structurally, everything's like holding and doing what we need. But I do want to just point that out. That our time frame on chart is a bit different. 50-minute charts are still fine, but yeah, this should be your next risk off. And then we'll see where we go from here. Bid sitting 340, 350. And then hopefully we get a pretty clear reoffer here. ES still has room, right? We're just flipping our value now, but this should head down to our lows again. Do we see like what I mean by the look in and then the hold of the lower offer at our 20s here? This rotation down, it's still viable, and you can still see that shift where we double top, right, equal highs, and then we go below the bid offer and then rotate. And then we're just at this 390 where POC is shifting for that secondary leg down here into our 50s, where we expected the bid to be. And we'll watch for this reoffer here. Your most bearish reoffer would be into this 380, 390 without a need to take out that high from this bid, 350. Much to see. We're basically watching to see if buyers that were at this like 75, 80 are going to now be able to flip offer and hold. If we can hold this yellow zone, then we get one more leg down, potentially. I think we might need to tag into 90 here off of that 50 bid. There's a lot of potential for it if we don't just immediately sweep down. That would just be taking out that wick high up there and then going for it. But this is POC retest of our previous 15-minute candle, so it's a good area to look for it. Yeah, should look for the offer here into POC of previous 15 on both ES and NQ. But if they fail, then we'll probably have to take out that wick high above 46 on ES and above 91 on NQ. So we really want this offer to take out lows here. Get the lower offer.
Press
Gotta
TP
take out
citing
lows.
command of IIGC's aerospace force. Musavi says every ultimatum given to Iran is an act of war.
Lows holding. Yeah, I think that's fine.
Seeing a report here, Pakistani source says the Iranians told us they'll get back to us tonight. The media is reporting that they've said no, but we have not received any official confirmation from Iran. So we're just waiting. Saying that they're all underground and communication is a big challenge. I'm speaking about the Iranians.
I didn't take the 380 reoffer and I chased, but that doesn't feel good. I'm out. I'll wait. No, I meant like it's good that you're out. That's what I meant. Like if you don't feel it, you don't feel it. Later, Ben. Not trying to be a vibe trader. I mean, that was kind of a vibe trade exiting there. But, you know, like there's nothing wrong with being a vibes trader. Just gotta have a good vibe sense, you know? Yeah, man. You can't really call yourself a vibes trader if you can't feel that the vibe is off. That's the first rule, you know, of being a vibe trader, is feeling the vibe. So, kind of unlucky if you can't feel the vibe as a vibes trader. It's not going to go very well. I think we take out this wick high and then we can figure out where we want to go afterwards. That's my guess, but just pushing into our 380 here. I think we have to take out 91 liquidity. But this 380, 391 is where I'm looking for sellers to try to figure out market direction. Bid still just stacking, trying to defend to higher lows. Just into our pivot here. So we basically want them to absorb into here, and we want to see either a look above and then a rotation back down, taking out this wick high, or just a very clear hold of this edge and then a rotation down below 68, basically. I don't know. We just need to see a clear take here. That's basically all I'm looking for a lower high, or my short will be stopped out, and then I'm donezo. From 20s on my runner. I just want to see this 80 to 90 area continue to show pretty clear sell, or we'll come right back up to 420. Want them to sweep the hell out of this thing. This is just POC of our previous candle.
And BIA headquarters says we have firmly and strongly rewritten the laws governing passage through Hormuz, and the authority to grant passage rests with us.
Okay. Nothing new. Yeah, I mean, again, like, we're just rejecting POC of our sell side candle, right? Like, nothing is invalidated, and it's the same thing on ES. The issue is like, if this is your first entry, it can feel pretty bad, because we're gonna consolidate before we get a next leg down. You know what I mean? So that's why playing off of that 420, 440 is the way to go. And now it's just a matter of, what's your risk? I think you just need to wait for Russell to stop diverging. That'll be when that short makes sense, and that totally makes sense. I don't think there's anything wrong with you exiting where you did and waiting for a better opportunity. Just wait for Russell to start getting some follow through to the downside, and then you'll have your next leg on NQ and ES for your. But like, yeah, we get back below 48s on RTY, and you're gonna feel very comfortable in this trade.
Netanyahu says we have removed the threat of an invasion of towns in northern Israel and are expanding the buffer zone further. It's in regards to Lebanon there.
What he actually just said is we invaded Lebanon and we plan to stay. If you needed a translate of what he just said. Bro just called their country a buffer zone. Holy, what a world we live in. We just extended our border into someone else's country. We're now considering that a buffer zone of Israel. Hope you don't mind. Vibe-based diplomacy. Yeah, that actually is where we are right now.
Iran's Tasnim, citing unnamed military source, says Iran could activate the Bab al-Mandeb Strait if attacks are carried out on Iranian territory or islands.
The who?
So, just in regards to that last headline, that's between Yemen and Africa.
All right, we just took out that wick high over 91. Let's see if that's all we need. If we can get back below 80s here, or if this is going to flip and come back up to our 420. Should determine if that was enough to take out that liquidity, and now we can go. That's kind of my hope. That's what we have passed. We need to get back below 80s now for continuation now that we've taken out that liquidity here. Those stops. We need to see a lower offer and a sweep below 80 for that continuation down, following our idea. Bid sitting at 70. See if we get a reoffer here. 30 seconds till new 15s. I just closed another. My average right now is 91 with a stop at 96 on my short trade on NQ. I'm fully closed from 420 now. Just watching to see if we flip this now, following our plan. They gotta shove this thing down, or I'm gonna get stopped on runners. Bid's still sitting 70. Come on. So like this is how I set myself up, just to give context, is we are looking for that wick high to be taken out. So I just put a limit there, and then I had a really tight stop above so that it basically just became a break-even trade if those two fills that I took at 91s stopped me out at 96 from our 410, 420 area. So that basically allowed me to play the liquidation here, or like the takeout of this liquidity, and then look for this push down. We got to get below 70 though for more, but that was like the only area that I saw for us to potentially take a trade for some sort of like
LNG says
re-entry.
price for June and July energy
And again, like I could still get
could
stopped
rise
here,
above
but
$17
that felt good
if
to
war
me.
continues and Europe competes for supply.
Once we like start to stagnate like this, again, like I'm always just gonna be looking for them to take out a wick high, to go for that liquidity, and then we can go down once we've done that. So like even now, like I can just take off, and that's it's $500 a contract here with that average. Just understanding that we're looking for that takeout of liquidity. I'm actually gonna do that. I'm gonna risk off one here instead of at 350. Just take one off so that the trade is now profitable regardless. And then I'll look for a break of our lows.
Freeport LNG CEO Smith says if the war does not end soon, disruptions will lead to some delays in construction of LNG projects.
Does that make sense or no? Like when we stagnate like this, I'm just looking for us to take out this liquidity here, right? That 91. So I'm moving my average down from our 420 to this position. So between my ads here on this little takeout of this liquidity and our position averaging down, it just becomes this 96 for me. So then it's just a break-even stop. So now there's no risk on me trying there. But with the understanding that we should be looking for that takeout of liquidity and then a lower high and then our offer trying to then defend this. Right, and that's what we have pathed. And now if we take out this wick low at 350s, that's your first risk off. I was a little bit of a pussy on that one, but this is where you'd be risking off for target
citing
one.
the Iranian military sources, Iran
If
has
we
a will
can,
and capability to
we should be able to take out
the enemy
lows.
in the
So I'm going to hold
Bab-el-Mandab
for
Strait.
290. 330, 290. We'll see which one comes first, but we should be able to take out these lows with that hold. But regardless, 350 is a great first risk off. If we get Russell to flip our 48s here, I think we get the follow through that we need. Sam, what is this link? I thought you were a bot. I didn't click it. Oh, this is cool. I just clicked it. So Rory, does that make sense? Do you see this trade now? Why this is like what we were doing or our approach? The look, the take of the liquidity. So like if you were going to try anywhere, we try into that edge.
Quoting in a minute.
And that becomes your trade for your entry.
If the US wants a solution for this trader for Moz, they
and
should.
now we watch for reoffer here on value on 48s to see if we get that next leg for full. But this is basically our move right into our target. Let's see what we do. I don't know if I want to fight all that much for a few more points. I'm hoping for 290, but I might be greeding. Because we took out lows. Let's see if Russell can reoffer this. If it does, then I expect we get one more leg down on NQ. Yeah, no, I totally get you. I'm trying to hold one runner, but like it's hard when your runner's at $1,000. Like I just want to take it. You know what I mean? Like it's tough, man. Because like if we do bounce, I just give back a 1,000 of unrealized. But I literally have the best entry possible. So it's like, it's really rough. Truly. No, I don't. I think that's like a sim only thing from like prop firms. From, was that Top Step or Tradeify? I don't know how to do that. Let me see if it's actually possible to do that on Tradeify convert mini to micro. Oh, it's prop only. Okay, yeah. Have you guys tried that? Wait, does it auto do it when you try to buy a micro when you have a mini open? I think that's how it works. That's kind of cool. Yeah, no, that's sick. I would love if they brought that to live. I don't know. I would assume it would stay the same if you're swapping, but I don't know. It's all fake internet money, so I don't know. Logically, it wouldn't make sense to be able to get the same fills, but because it's sim, like I don't think it matters. You know? But I am fully talking out of my ass.
Netanyahu says military campaign against Iran is in full swing.
But did you try to buy 10 MNQ? See, like the thing is I don't want you to like test because I don't want you to be in inverse positions and then your account gets banned or something. I don't know. There has to be a like an infomat, like in some sort of video covering this. Mini to micro Tradeify converter. Why are these videos on Facebook, man? What is this?
Contra Axios, they say that economists and investors pitch Washington on AI-driven job loss safety net. So from Axios, America has no plan for how to manage an AI wipeout for jobs. Now there are calls for lawmakers to design a safety net before any crisis emerges.
This guy doesn't talk about this. I'm 2 minutes into this video and he hasn't shown how to do it. Brother, he didn't show how to do it. I scammed? Wait, is that all that this actually is? There isn't... So they're just telling you if your overall leverage that you can handle is 2 minis, that you can now have 1 mini on and 10 micros? Is that what this actually is? Yeah, it's like non-news, but that's what he just showed. Like that it was like some crazy feature. Okay, well, okay. We're slowing down here a bit, and I'm just getting chopped in my average. We're still very profitable, but we're just coming back down to the exact same price as before. And the longer we sit here, the more likely we're going to need to tap this wick high. So I'm a bit worried that we're going to have to go into like 71 here the longer we sit. Let's see if they tag 71s and then sell this thing again.
Iran reiterates Hormuz Strait won't return to previous state. That's Iran's Meh citing joint military spokesman on Strait of Hormuz. Again, Iran reiterates Hormuz Strait won't return to previous state.
$71 tagged and immediate fall. See if we get more. That was a beauty.
So, in regards to Iran, this from earlier news, so they rejected Trump's administration's
Tagged
ceasefire
out.
proposal, as according to Iranian state media and the Iranian consulate in Mumbai as well.
Just failure to break down. We go for highs, take out wick highs. We look for the look back below if it's gonna happen again, but I'm tagged. If not, we just go to 420. It's a slow market, man. It's very hard to short. Now we just look to see if this is gonna trap or hold. I would assume that they'll try to bid this now, and then we'll have to come back up. But we shall see.
MSC says emergency fuel surcharge on trades from Northern Europe, including the UK and Scan Baltic, to Red Sea and East Africa.
Watching our just our hold here. There's your 20s. Taking off one. Just back into our original short here, 420, 440. See if we get more off of the flip. Okay, we have now
It's
immediately
getting a
covered
bit of a
our
repeat
stop
here
out.
from news now, but CNN citing two senior administration officials on Iran talk plan. So the US is working to arrange Iran talks in Pakistan this weekend.
All right, what do we do now? Stupid market. I'm so bad at this market, man.
So, a reminder early on, according to Pakistani officials, they said there is no confirmed date or venue for possible US Iran talks in Islamabad, and Iran has not yet agreed to talks. CNN reported just adding that the US is working to arrange Iran talks in Pakistan this weekend.
It feels like I'm trading like crypto and we're just going for liquidations. That's the only way you get. It's like news and liquidations is like the new market. Like we just like we've ruined futures. It's turned into the scam market. Yeah.
According to New York Times citing sources, Netanyahu ordered maximum effort to be made in the next 48 hours to destroy as much as possible of Iran's weapon industry.
it's like when we're talking about like peace talks in Iran and Israel's like, no, we're blowing you up.
According to
Like,
IFX, Kremlin says Russia has conveyed concerns on Bushehr and NPP to the US. Again, that's Russia has conveyed concerns on Bushehr nuclear power plant to the US, according to Interfax. Also from the New York Times, citing sources, Israeli military intensifies strikes in Iran as Washington and Tehran talks become more likely.
Start 420 offer again. 440 holding.
It just added
Rotating
detail
back
from
down
the
into the
CNN
sweep.
report with regards to the US working to arrange Iran talks in Pakistan, that Vance may travel to Pakistan for the Iran discussions.
Watching to see which way we're gonna flip here. Do we get another leg up? Can we get over 40s for rotations up to our 30-second opening range high? Or does this continue to hold and do we trap? I don't have an answer for you. All I know is that we did not take out that double top that we did at 440 on this look, which is interesting. Watching our reoffer. If sell side's serious, I'd expect him to be here. If bid is going to hold, we want to see it happen. And I'll look back above. I just don't know like if this is going to happen again, right? This is what our short was from before. Seems to be the case. Just back to this liquidity here. Yes, earlier. Our liquidity, RTY making higher lows. I'm really trying to stay in this runner, but I'm probably gonna just get stopped out. It's very two-sided here.
We have put out the article from New York Times. Israel races to hit Iran hard while it still can, leery of possible talks, officials say.
While it still can is such a crazy... We live in such a crazy timeline. While we still can.
According to Channel 12 News, Mujtaba Khamenei is still alive and it seems he's involved in decision making in Iran.
Is that 625? That is so far away. Yeah, that makes sense to me. I mean, that's just where that's our 30-second opening range. Before I can look for expansion for that 625, we need ES over our 30-second opening range. And we need, excuse me, NQ over our 30-second opening range at 470. I mean, I'm going to try to hold for it. That'd be sick, but I just have this one contract. I don't know if I can hold for 200 points. I don't know if I have it in me. Yeah, right. That's a lot of lines, Sam. Holy. Instantly flipped? No. You can see my trade, man. I put it in chat. But I'll take another photo. I just played the flip and hold of our 70 to 90. Yeah. And now Komodo's gonna make me hold till 625.
Axios report on X says a US official told me that Trump administration had yet to receive any official messages from Iran rejecting the offer.
That'd be nice, question mark? Yeah, it would be. It would be really nice. Until tomorrow. I don't know, man. We're at that point again where I'm at $1,000 per contract, and it's like, I'm an idiot if I don't close here. That's me every time. I hit 1K and I'm like, you know what? I am happy. I am happy with this. This is enough. Like, it's so hard to hold this shit. Yeah, we've got so many levels we have to get over to get to that 625, man. We're not even over our 30-second opening range. Or even like our daily highs. There's so many things we have to breach. But I'm trading pure vibes, man. This has been a tough week so far. Yeah, this market's awful. Absolute awful. I rage quit yesterday at Alley. I was done. I was out. This week is awful. It's because the market knows that Trump's
EU
lying,
ambassador to
but
the
we
US
still have to
says
buy
US
it.
energy
It's
exports
like
to the EU will increase over time, up
it's
to
just
57 to 60% in the next few years.
it's such a sham. It feels so bad buying this, but you have to until Friday, and then everyone sells. Yes, the usual setups require a bit more nuance in our entries because they're going for liquidity because of how slow we are, the wicking out. They're taking out previous liquidity before they do moves, which makes day trading absolutely miserable.
Authorities say drones from Russian airspace hit Estonian and Latvian territory.
You are not wrong. But as soon as you realize that they're taking out wick highs and wick lows before going for moves, it can be a bit better. But yes, it is very rough to trade right now. You are not wrong.
So it's a New York Times reporter saying authorities say drones from Russian airspace hit Estonian and Latvian territory.
I'm glad it's working out well for you, XY. Yeah, today's much better than yesterday. Let me tell you. This is 100% more tradable than yesterday. But it is still ass. Like, it is still so bad comparatively to Monday. When Monday is the best day of the week in your market, it's cooked. Oh boy.
According to a New York Times report on X, they say some Iranian officials had said today that Iran was considering meeting with the US negotiators in Islamabad, Pakistan, over the next week to discuss Trump's proposal, but would not entertain a temporary ceasefire.
Like, how can Iran do anything if they know troops are coming in? Like, everyone in the world knows it's a ruse. Everyone knows that they're trying to stronghand. Like I just don't. That's why this market makes no sense. Is like every single person knows what's happening, and yet, in the off chance that it doesn't happen, you have to buy. Like, what kind of world are we living in where everyone knows what is going on, and yet we still have to buy? That's crazy to me. Come on, I don't think I can hold this, bro. Like, we're already curling over. Come on. They need to do this move now. I'm in from 390 B-Marsh, but I'm considering closing. We're starting to curl over. So I need them to like show a pretty clear bid here at 420 as we push down into it and then pop. Or it's just gonna come back down on me.
EU ambassador to the US says no way the EU will go back to Russian gas because of the Middle East crisis.
Later, man. Like, the bid has to be here. Okay. Can we flip the 40 offer? Surely. Surely we at least get up to 470 for the value test. Come on. Don't scamaz me here. Don't scam me. At least give me the leg up to our ORH. New 15s, 10 seconds. Let's see what they do.
Fed bids for 5-year notes total of $7.2 billion. According to Mitsu OSK lines, they say that ships loaded with LNG and stuck in the Middle East are losing product to evaporation.
I wonder what the rate of evaporation is on that. Like, how much are they actually losing? I think we're just headed to 420s here again off this bid. Take out this low off that failure at the highs. ES has room down to 44.50. I'm really trying to hold this, man. They just keep advertising down here into 413, 420. I just want to see if we're going to hold. There's no short viability yet. So I'm really trying to, like, I don't know. We'll see. Like, this to me is just a buy, but I think it's a little early. I wish ES was a bit further down with NQ here. But RTY should find a bid at this 420. Sorry, NQ should continue to find a bid at this 420.
Getting reports
RTY
here
here
that
in North
Ross,
36
part of the
range low.
USS George H.W. Bush Strike Group aircraft carrier, likely not far behind, leaving Norfolk to replace Ford.
Like, I can't short VWAP and
That's
RPVC
according to a
value
Fox
at
News
420.
correspondent.
Like, it has to go resistance for me to care. Or this is just where the bid sits. So, like, I either stay in my position with a stop break even, right, at 390, because I know that's where we're headed, or I just do nothing. I can't short this, even though I see the trade. I can't do it. I just have to wait. I think they absorb into these lows. So I'm going to just sit on hands while I wait to see if I get stopped out for break even, or if we bid here and then we can look over.
Ten minutes ago now to the top of the hour, we get the US 5-year note auction. Prior high yield of 3.615%, prior bid cover of 2.32, with the US looking to sell $70 billion in 5-year notes. So looking at some research then, so still JP Morgan strategists said the auction would likely require a bigger concession for a good result. Latest CFTC positioning data shows speculators were
So
net
far,
short
just absorbed
1.8
into
million
20s.
5-year note futures, possible source of covering demand at the auction.
Again, like, the worst case scenario for me here is that they just stop me out break even at 390 off of a sweep through this. But I personally cannot short this level. I see the zone, I see everything, but I'm not flipping position. I can't do it. Why is my ES dump so screwed? Where am I? What? Alright, let's see as we push down into this 46 what happens. Okay, 46 bid holding. Let's see if we get more. Watching our offer into 55. Okay. Yeah, that's good. I'm still long 390s and now long 46s. I've taken off half on ES 46s into 56.
5 minutes ago to get the 5-year node auction.
I want to see us take out highs.
3.615%. Prior bid cover of 2.32.
Oof. Alright, let's see what we can do here. This is just our POC shift. I'm not bullish on anything until we can flip over our 30-second opening range, personally, but trying to play off of our PVZ here, as well as our value, just made sense, especially with us not willing to take a short, is just looking for price to come down back to POC off of a failure here. Just looking for that bid. Again, I'm still long from 390s. I was unwilling to play the short at 420. But if there's still no desire to push up, man, like, it is what it is. It might be worthwhile to close. I don't know. If we can't create, if this wasn't enough of a liquidity event here, this look below, for us to take out highs, like, it might be time to pack it up for till like 2:30. You know what I'm saying? Like that wasn't enough of an event. Like surely 420, 415 now bids, and then we pop highs. Surely.
One minute gonna to get the one issued for the 5-year note auction.
$50 till new 15s. So far holding 15 to 20. Like it's got to bid from here, boys. If it doesn't and we can't break highs, then we go down, not up. Right? Because we held our offer at our highs. So if this liquidity below is unable to act as a catalyst for us to breach highs and no secondary buyer wants to step in for a higher low, right? They don't want to step in for a higher low. This is then just an offer holding, and then we take out lows instead. Like I need to see a buyer step in here and hold this for me to think that this is viable still, or it's just we're just gonna continue to hit our heads on it, and we're clearly seeing a seller still willing, and then we'll have to go lower to seek lower liquidity first before I'm comfortable looking
3.966%, 3.966%.
Hopefully that makes sense. We need to see very clear higher lows here, back inside structure, or we expect that these lows get taken while we seek better buy side liquidity first before we can look. Yeah, I mean, they're definitely trying, but doesn't mean much yet. Like it's already, they're exuding way more effort than should be needed if this was actually going to happen. My confidence is like very low now, but they are trying. In normal market conditions, right? Like this would have been an immediate bid.
Barrels per day in March, according to a government presentation. We're now shortly expecting the results of the US 5-year note auction, where I'll lead with the high yield.
Dude, Babylon B has been on fire lately.
High rate of 3.98%, 3.98% compared to the pre-sale when issued yield of 3.966%. The bid to cover was 2.29 at 2.29. So the US selling $70 billion and awarding 89.88% of bids at high. Primary dealers taking 15.61%, direct 22.48%, and indirect 61.9%. So again, the high rate of 3.98% tails the win issued by 1.4 basis points.
Unlucky. But I mean, nothing has changed. It could still just sell here until we flip highs. Like your stop is valid. to be honest. So apparently people are getting banned for having limit orders and only getting partial fills. And are getting flagged as bots on TPT using limit orders. Don't use limit orders with take profit trader. It seems that this can cause the issue of partial fills triggering their bot flag.
The yield on
I'm
5-year
flat
US
on
Treasury notes
NQ.
rise after the auction, lasted around 3.9661%.
Our offer still holding on highs. No ability to look higher, which means we go lower. I don't think there's anything wrong with getting stopped out there. There's no confidence. So the Tradeify API simulates partial fills on limit orders like a real market, and it's triggering take profit traders algo designed to prevent data feed arbitrage, which is too tight and is mistaking partial fills. Their bot is just garbage that they have using to denote if you're a bot or not. And the fake limits and partial fills off of Tradeify's sim account is triggering it. That's what Matt just said.
Iranian Revolutionary Guard say that their air defenses hit an American F-18 fighter jet. This is according to Al Jazeera.
You don't feel too bad about your stop now, right, Rory? Let's watch our bid here at 46s again on NQ, or on, sorry, ES. Offer sitting 54s off our 46 bid. NQ just came back into our original entry, this 390, 370, which is why I stopped out, because as soon as we saw that wick and the failure at 440s to breach highs, we just had to go back down. Like, there's just no, if there is no desire above, I will look lower. That's the logic. It's very simple. If buyers do not want to buy higher, we will go lower and seek liquidity below before we can go up. That's my train of thought. I know, it's crazy. Yeah. So now just watching to see what we do into these lows. Like as of right now, there isn't a ton of desire from sellers to push us through this. It's just a range trade. But we need to see if they're just gonna bid this again into our lows, or if we're going to be able to like flip it and then see like a sweeper to play off of for a short. I personally am unwilling to short this. I'm just looking to see if we buy these, if it's a bid again into these lows, or if we're going to flip below our previous buyer and then all of these traders above are going to be offsides, right? So like, is this still a valid buy into this for rotations back up? You know, maybe we get a, just a here and then a sell steps in. I don't know, but I would rather play this reoffer below 70s down to 330, or just continue to see this as our bid for rotations back up to our offer here. It's the same thing on ES. Like, I can't short this. Maybe if we offer 54 or something like that, sure, from a bid here, and we get a lower high, and then we flip. Okay, then that I could see that as being viable to look down here. But I can't, in good conscience, look for a short off of this liquidity here until we see it flip and hold.
Al Badawi to Al Jazeera says Gulf states are considering an alternative solution if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed.
This is your first risk off into 415, into 53, 54, off of our low hold, just like we talked about, following our pathing. You might want to front run this offer that sits here. It's up to you. Again, this is where sell side sits. If we're going to put in a lower high off of our bid at our lows. Just watch this 53, 54 on ES if you're playing this. Same with this 415, 420 on NQ. This is POC of previous candle. Again, I don't know if we're going to put in a lower high, but this is where I'd expect it to be into open of new 15s if we were going to do it. The bounce at these lows made perfect sense, right? Like it's just what we have pathed already. But now is the time for decisions to be made as new 15s open. So again, it makes for a very good first risk off into the open of our new 15s, and then we'll wait to see if we have some sort of shift. Note that most of our buying happened into this low off our footprint candle. So we have a potential reversal on our hands, but we need to show this interest above, or again, this is where the offer will sit following our pathing.
In a joint statement by Kuwait, the UAE, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Jordan, they call on Iraq to take the necessary measures to stop attacks launched against neighboring countries from Iraqi territory.
Pretty much same trade for the last half hour, yeah. I mean, like I said, it's just bottom of bow. So it's hard to short this until we see the flip, right? It has to just kind of be a long on any look in and then hold just for that rotation back up. And then it's just a retest of our lower offer, right? We want that offer to be there, that 15 to 20. And then we need to see this flip below 70s for more, or it's just going to be a bottom of bow trade again. That's why it's like impossible to short that low until we see the flip. And even now, like coming back down to our break even, like the trade's free, so it doesn't matter. Because we took off at our first risk, understanding that that's where that seller would be sitting. Just holding POC from previous candle. No interest below our value low to POC of previous candles, which is so far good. But again, just incredibly slow. This has to sweep below for us to care about another leg down. Or again, like this 373.90 will continue to maintain until it's a proven offer. Same thing with just this very clear level of 46s on ES where they're absorbing. So far, 600 contracts have been absorbed into that low on ES. For dinner? I don't know, probably the same thing as usual, man. I meal prepped on Sunday, so I just made like sheet pan vegetables, rice, chicken. Yeah, most days I don't eat breakfast or lunch. If I trade, I usually don't eat. Makes me too groggy. On days I don't trade, I'll eat, but when I actually have to like use my brain, I don't eat. What kind of sugar did you have? What would you eat or drink? Some fruit snacks. What's your go-to fruit snack? You a Welsh guy? Welsh enjoyer? Some of these ice agents that they're getting photographed are like, I swear to God, 15 years old. Yeah, another one just dropped. Have you seen this one, Roy? This one's a banger. like that kid is 15 years old. Holy. Like I really thought we were out here like hiring like ex-law enforcement, you know, people who had like training. It's like, no, straight out of high school, join ICE. It's crazy, man. Yeah, just another rotation. I'm out another 2 here on ES, just following our pathing. We either hold or we'll rotate. I'm just still in. I get because the trade's free, so there's nothing else to do. Like it's not a done, but it's honest work, you know? Listen, like this is just off of like we know like this is what this looks like on the footprint. Right? Like that's just the absorption that's there. It's like if nothing's invalidated that, like what am I doing trying to short it? This is why we need that sweeper below, or it's just the same range. Like, has that buyer shown that he's not there anymore? No. So like I'm just gonna hold. That's why we took the 1-to-1 and now we've scalped it. And now like I can just hold this and either it invalidates or it doesn't, but like it doesn't affect me. Yeah, right. Like there's no interest above or below, so I'll just give, like if they want to rotate this for free, okay. Are you guys gonna buy the SpaceX IPO? Like, I feel like you kind of have to, but it's like for sure a rug pull, you know? It's kind of like this market. Like you kind of have to buy it, but it's for sure a rug pull. How do they make money? Well, they use your tax dollars. They blow up their money. I mean, like they are the way that satellites get to space. Like it is what it is. You kind of have to buy it. It's a Tesla stock, right? Like Elon has the hype, but like it's for sure a liquidity grab for private equity. Like that's a no-brainer. But could it still run and do 20 times? Yes. Hard, man. Well, VCX is Anthropic, isn't it? Or is that SpaceX as well? I thought that was just Anthropic. Oh, 5%. Yeah, so it's mostly Anthropic. Yeah. It's trading at what, like 18 times what it should right now? They're saying 8 times premium. Do you know what this is, though? Do you know why SpaceX and Anthropic are racing to get into the stock market right now? It's because there's not enough equity for both. Like all of these AI companies, there's only so much money in the world, and private equity is gone. Like those markets are dead. So they've run out of money in private equity. So now they have to come into public markets to try to grab money to try to fund their companies before they run out, because they're just burning money. These AI models are just burning up money, and there's only so much money left, and so it's a race to go who can go public first, because there isn't enough money in the world to fund all of these in the public sector. Anthropic, OpenAI, SpaceX feels like a buy. See, it's hard, man, because if it was just SpaceX, I would be buying the hell out of it. But because it's Grok, which is what you're actually buying, right? Like SpaceX is just the name that they put on it, but what you're buying is a burning ship in Grok. It's hard, man. I'd buy SpaceX in a second if it was by itself. Yes. Yes, they are actually a functioning company. And what sucks is because like I was such a strong believer in SpaceX while they were private because they were incentivized to do like larger reaching goals like go to Mars, but like going public, like, we're never going to Mars, man. It's over. You think the shareholders are going to care about a 10-year outlook? Yeah, for sure I'd buy SpaceX if it was by itself. Who's SpaceX's competition, man? Blue Origin? What the... What? Like, what if, like, who's their competition? Virgin? Holy. Hell yeah. Yep. I just don't want to buy Grok. Grok is like the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. And that's what like 80% of the SpaceX stock is Grok. I don't know. That video that I linked about the SpaceX thing is like a really good yeah, I think everyone should watch it, first of all, so they understand what they're buying. But regardless, you're kind of forced to buy it. But Patrick Boyle did such a good video on SpaceX. If you haven't watched this video yet, I highly recommend you watch it. It's very good. Oh my god. Levitt
Italy
speaking?
is said to plan cutting
She's
their
about to
growth
speak.
forecast
Alright, I'll
to
see you
as
guys
low as
later. I'll see you tomorrow.
0.5%.
Holy. Get me out of here.
So the Italian government is set to cut its economic growth forecast, reflecting a hit from the war in the Persian Gulf. The estimate is expected to be made public in April and may be cut to as low as 0.5% for this year from a current 0.7%, according to people familiar with the matter who spoke under conditions of anonymity.
Bro, like I actually cannot be here when Levitt speaks. That woman is the devil. Isn't she our age? Yes. She is 28 years old. Somehow. It is an incredibly rough 28. But yes, she is 28 years old. Yeah, when I found out she was 28, it blew my mind as well. And then you realize how old her husband is, and then it all makes sense. "32 years older than her." Imagine being double, not even like double, like your wife wasn't even born. Like, it's insane. And you're 30. Your wife hasn't even been born yet, and you're 30 years old. Like, what? Oh. It's just, it's odd, man. Not my cup of tea. This is our full range rotation. I don't know if we're gonna go higher or not. We'll see. Just back into our offer here. This 440, 450 high. Let's see if we can take it out or if it holds. ES took out highs, which is interesting. Yeah, no, it blows my mind. But usually when she talks, it's my signal to leave. I'm not gonna lie. We'll see what happens, but I don't think that's gonna change. We're seeing some absorption here into 58s. Bid is trying. We're definitely trying here, but I don't know, man. We're not seeing the desire yet on NQ. I'm just in runners off of our entry. Our 90 lows and our 46s. But without an actual like sweep here, I think this just kind of like stagnates and then we rotate back down, absorbing here again. So it's a bit hard to want to hold the position, just because of how slow the market's moving. I don't know. Let's see what happens. Boy. 6 minutes left on that candle. Ugh. Okay. Huge. Is that it? Okay. 460, 480-ish. Yeah, I mean, we should. It's just our 30-second opening range high. But it's so slow. So slow. When does Levitt actually speak? She's at 2. So 20 minutes. Wait, no. She was supposed to start speaking 40 minutes ago. Oh, there she is. All right, there we go. "40 minutes late."
White House Press Secretary Levitt says Trump is to host a cabinet meeting tomorrow. So Levitt currently giving the news briefing. We'll get a live video on the feed.
No cross today.
And Levitt says that Trump is to travel to China on May the 14th and 15th. So again, Levitt saying Trump is to meet China's President Xi in Beijing in May.
Holy based, Nikki. This is our POC shift target on RTY. PVZ target here on ES 64s. Target for
White House
NQ
Press
is
Secretary Levitt
78.
on Iran says Iran's ballistic missile and drone attacks are down.
We're seeing some two-sided trading up here. They're trying to absorb into these highs on ES, but we're taking we're defending lows into 58.60. See if that can keep up this pop. Yeah. Look at that. That was that absorption there. Look at all the contracts that traded into that.
And Levitt says we're very close to meeting our core objectives in the Iran operation.
Target is 63.4 on Russell if we can get there.
And repeats that the US military is ahead of schedule on the Iran operation.
Target is 520 for PVZ target on NQ if we can hold this high.
And Levitt says the Iranian regime is looking for an exit ramp. Levitt says Iran wants to talk and Trump is willing to listen.
Wait, I thought they were already talking. New 15s.
Levitt says the US has been in productive talks the last 3 days.
I took off a little risk there, boys. We'll see. I'm gonna wait. I don't have a ton of faith in this last leg, but maybe we get it here if we defend.
And Levitt says if Iran fails to accept reality that they have been defeated, Trump will hit harder. And Levitt says Iran should not miscalculate again. Trump does not bluff, and Iran should not miscalculate. Levitt says Trump is going to unleash hell if Iran does not accept defeat.
I think they shot down another plane today. I think I saw that. Maybe I'm wrong. Let me look. Oh no, they did. Yeah. As of 39 minutes ago. I think that makes I think it's 2 F-35s and then like 15 I mean, like, supposedly none of these have been actually shot down. They're all been like malfunctions, you know. But I don't know. It's so hard in today's society to know like what is American propaganda and what isn't. Like, do we believe that that aircraft carrier is out for 2 years in repairs because of a bathroom fire or a laundry fire? Or did like a drone hit that shit? Like, I just don't know anymore. Like 2 years of repairs because there was a laundry room fire? I don't know, man. I've never felt like I'm being lied to more than right now. I see. Just into our absorption here, 58 to 60. We're just watching to see if we hold this flip on ES. This is where we absorbed what I posted above. I'm unsure. I just have one left. I've taken off most into those highs off that squeeze. Where do I think we come down to? I don't know. I guess like 420. It's just like the bid just pulled away, man. That's all this is. It's just the classic Levitt rotation. This is what we've got going on Footprint, right? Like this is... We've got this buyer here into these lows. Why didn't that paste? Oh, there it is. So I don't know, like down into this 430, 420 makes a lot of sense to me. But then what? We re-offer 450. We hit our heads here, maybe. Gotta watch out for that. Right, like there's your 450 offer. So let's see what we do from here. Dude, I hate these profit things, man. They're just so
Levitt says
obnoxious.
congressional approval for Iran is not necessary now.
Like, I know they're very helpful to you guys, but holy, are they distracting? Bid sitting 420. It feels like the bid is here for a higher low if we're gonna get it.
And Levitt once again reiterating the 4 to 6 week timeline for the Iran operations.
He's doing this for you. Direct quote. She does not look 28, man. Yeah, I haven't bought this, Roy. I'm just waiting.
Levitt says that temporary gas price fluctuations will go back down.
If we can see a buyer show and then we get a higher low, then I'll look. But like we should be looking for a buyer to try to absorb down here. There's no short that's viable here. Like this is the bid, you know what I mean? But like offers at 50s. So it's just like, do we rotate between these two guys? I don't know. Remember, I'm still long from 46 on 1, but that's all I got. Why did you question mark that like we didn't know that the bid was going to be there?
Levitt, when asked about Iran's rejection, says they have not. So again, Levitt, when asked on Iran's rejection of talks, says they have not.
But we just don't. The
And
offer
says
is just
Iran
above
talks
us still, so it
continued
doesn't
and they are
matter.
productive.
Oh yeah. No, it's garbage. Offer just sits here.
Levitt says there are elements of truth to the 15-point plan reports. So again, that's Levitt saying that there are elements of truth to the
Elements of
15-point
truth.
plan reports.
Hell yeah. It's concepts of truth, concepts of a plan.
Levitt does say that the White House never confirmed a full 15-point plan report.
What do we think of shorts on ES currently? I would not look for a short yet. I think we'll get a better offer. My issue with the short here is like, yes, it's playable off of 450s, but I think that your bid still rests into this 46. So like, I just want you to be careful because we were in a very tight range on ES and on NQ here, and Levitt is speaking. So do I think that we could head back down to this zone? Yes, but I don't think that you have a viable short yet. Just, I'd be careful. I think we get a better reoffer.
Levitt, when asked about the 82nd Airborne Division, says Trump likes options.
Offer sitting 54s on ES right now. The important work of handing out water bottles. A little too slow
The
for
post on
me
X,
to want to
Iranian,
trade
Iranian
this.
parliament speaker says intelligence reports suggest that enemies of Iran are preparing to occupy an Iranian island with support from the regional country.
I think a good visual aid for you guys here of why like this is a bid and not an offer, where you have to be careful, is oops, I didn't mean to move that. This is the range that we just traded. This is the low here of that range, right? So if we can
Levitt
get below
says no
this,
Iran peace talks
then
should
there's
be deemed
potentially
official
something here.
yet.
But we have to be very careful because this is our low of this value from this giant range that we just traded, which is why this is where we were looking to see if the buyer was going to absorb here, fail to push us below, because this could easily flip back up and then rotate back up into these highs. We need to see this basically do this for the downside leg for me to feel comfy in it. Right, offer our previous value, or this is just where the buyer sits. Hopefully that adds a little bit of clarity of why I'm a bit scared here.
Levitt, when asked about when the first tanker can pass the Hormuz Strait, says there's no sense yet.
Right, like what am I gonna do? Short POC from the buy? Hard. Like if a seller is gonna be here, you'd expect them to be here into this like 56, 58 area on ES for the lower high. And you would need to see them sweep it quickly. Right, because this is top of our range. So like if sell side was serious, we looked back in, we now need to see this offer basically hold and get back below and take out lows, or this is just the bid maintaining, right, for the rotation back up. That's why it's like it's so hard. Yeah. There's your full rotation that we just pathed on
Levitt
NQ.
says the US is working
Into
on
our supply
creative
again.
solutions on oil prices. Again, that's Levitt saying that the US is working on creative solutions on oil prices. I did see a wick down in WTI crude there, but nothing holding.
So I don't know if there's anything more here. This is just that rotation to our supply from our hold of our lows. We'll see. Again, for the short to be viable, I think NQ has to flip this, and then you can look for the short on ES and RTY, personally. Until then, I don't really see it, unless you're going to short, like, these highs. Right? But I want to see ES below 37 to 46 for real shorts to be viable. Oh boy. Oh my god, it's so hard to listen to this lady.
Putin signs an order limiting gold bullion exports. White House Press Secretary Leavitt says Trump would be concerned about displacement in Lebanon. Leavitt says Vance has been a part of the discussions on Iran throughout. According to Israel's N12 News, Israel Working Assumption says Trump may announce a ceasefire by next Saturday. And Levitt further saying again some misinformation out there with the 15-point plan. According to the Wall Street Journal, the US Postal Service will impose an 8% surcharge on packages to cover the rising cost of fuel.
Why didn't I leave when she started talking, man? Why am I just sitting here for an hour? It's always the move to leave when she starts speaking. No, like the market just doesn't move when she speaks, and like all it does is drive you insane what to listen to her talk. So now you're just like stuck in a chopping market while also having to listen to her. It's just like it's the worst possible scenario. I usually just leave, and then that's it for my day when she starts speaking. Yeah, yeah, literally anything. Did you guys see that I added a bunch of books last night into the books channel? See that? Huge.
According to a poll, US natural gas inventory seen down 44 billion cubic feet last week in Thursday's EIA report.
Xeno. Here. I'll link you a bunch of stuff that I think you might enjoy.
Levitt says it's too soon to say if satisfied with Iran regime change. Levitt says the control of uranium is point of conversation still. And Levitt further saying conversation about Iran's enriched uranium continues.
All right, boys. I mean, like, well, I don't really want to sit here. I'm not gonna lie. We've got a plan on chart. I'm gonna go. I think. If I sit here, I'm staying until close. And I don't want to stay till close, so I have to have some self-control. I should have left as soon as she started speaking. Kind of a waste of time. I'm still sitting in this runner 46, stop 36. Trade's free. If we flip it, then we go down. If we continue to maintain this, I don't have any interest in downside. No room for expansion until we show interest over our 30-second opening range high and can hold it as supportive. There's no reason to be looking for it, but we are currently just chopping between our two pivots. Today was better than yesterday. I still don't understand the logic of the market, but at least we got a couple trades in. It's whatever. I'm kind of over it, but you know, we'll see. I don't know. It's just one of those things where you're being forced to buy
And that concludes
because
the White
of
House
Trump
press briefing.
Taco. Everyone knows what is going to happen. No one believes Iran is going to do anything. But we live in a very manipulated market right now, and we just kind of have to deal with it. I don't know. Yeah, we live in a society, truly. I don't know. I'm going to hold this runner until I get stopped out. And if we get stopped out, we'll look for the flip. But I'll post charts until then. Lows are holding. Just watch to see if we continue to just kind of like flag here or chop. I don't know. 420 is still holding. It's just this low. Again, until we can see this flip and offer hold and then rotation below this, I wouldn't really be looking for anything else. But if we can get it, that's what I'd be watching for. All right. I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.